from sap to strength in nature's art. Rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. Two foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victory's within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Oh.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine. Ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside. In this kingdom now, the apes reside.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life we've had enough. Through the highs and lows we won't back down. In this endless fight we wear the crown. Through the nights and days we fought this fight. With hearts of gold we reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life we always win. We wear the crown.
Morning, JJ.
Morning, guys. Do you guys have any big theories on Roaring Kitty's post?
Not me. I don't really. I got too smooth a brain, I think, to think about that stuff.
I was laughing when he had the Christmas box, but when I saw the Dave Chappelle and the Unity, and I started reading all that stuff, that was boy, there's some serious tinfoil hat guys trying to figure that one out. Sometimes I wonder if he just puts shit out and actually watches to see what people will try and figure out.
Yeah, I kind of struggle with understanding what's going on there, but it's a waiting game. I understand that.
I got enough for 5 more shares of GME today, but my average is 30.50, even after getting my 26.06. And I'd like to keep something in the green. I like to see a little green in my portfolio. I guess I'll just have to be patient and wait.
Good morning, everybody.
Check.
Morning, Tech.
In the spirit of New Year's resolutions, I've been trying to be a positive influence everywhere I go. I've been trying to remind people about good, healthy habits, checklists, just different things. I've been a positive nag the last week.
That's good, man. Good.
Yeah. I really got down in December. December was a really bad, and so this is start of a new year. I was looking at my theater list, and I've seen basically most of the movies that are in the theater. Am I But the movie Homestead looks kind of interesting. The trailer had like apocalyptic, like war and prepper and like the battle between preppers and non-preppers, and I don't know. It looks like an interesting movie.
I need to get back in the theaters myself. Probably go do that this weekend.
And my friend, he was like, "What movies look good to you?" Because we've seen so many of them because we're A-listed. So I was like, "Okay, I'll look at the list." And I went through the trailers, and I was like, "Well, that's pretty cool." I overlooked that one, Homestead. Has anybody seen anything interesting market-wise last day or two? I know Casey's been talking on Twitter.
And I don't know what to think about the market right now. Other than I kind of just been under the belief that for the next couple of weeks we're just gonna kind of float along here.
A holding period.
Yeah, I mean I don't think these guys know what to do.
Yeah, it's been pretty. Yeah, for the last 2 weeks, it's been like the SPY's been like flat. Like it keeps threatening to drop down.
Yeah, it seems like they just kind of keep propping it back up.
Yeah, the RSI is pretty like even, so it's just like
Just kind of bebopping along here.
yeah, go either way. Yeah. It's the craziest thing. I wonder if you feel the same way, but I miss Casey charting.
Yeah, I don't know how much I ever actually got out of the numbers, but it was nice hearing them every other hour or so.
Yeah, like I didn't think I took it. I don't think I like took it for granted, you know. But like when it's gone, then you were like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But you're like, maybe I did take it for granted. I don't know. I don't know. And then when he's not doesn't have enough time to do even like a weekly video or something, you know, then I'm like, oh gosh, now I definitely took it for granted.
Yeah, those evening calls were kind of fun for a little bit. I think he's busy as hell.
Yeah, I get it. I don't fault him. I just like for me it's the you know, you're missing it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, we were all tied to that conversation for years, and it's still going on. It's just quieter.
Yeah. Well, because it's also like he has an interesting take on stuff, So it's like I wish I had known about Roaring Kitty, of course, back when he was, back in like 2019 or whatever, But I assume it's the same way when he stopped streaming. The people just felt like, oh no, we've lost an interesting perspective. Somebody who's willing to look at something that other people think isn't worth looking at, basically, I think it's kind of the camaraderie that like hedge funds and what the institutions have, they just have a bunch of people, It's like if you have a passion for something, it's good to have a hub where you can talk about your passions. I don't know about you guys, but the last few months, I was making my loved ones and friends aware of, be on your guard when you're out in public and all the different types of stuff, and then like the crime just seemed to like keep escalating. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm not as paranoid as I thought I was, And but people are always like, yeah, I'm safe, like.
Yeah, the world's pretty crazy right now, man. Some bizarre things going on. People and all these drones and all of everybody's expectations of what that is. It's just...
Yeah. No, it's just. Yeah. I just feel like the kind of, the violent stuff, the stuff that people like don't, just the carelessness, like the lack of value of life. That kind of stuff is just like,
yeah, man,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, mental challenges. The world's going through a lot of mental challenges right now.
Yeah.
Kind of scary.
Yeah, I know.
But
so I was at
like you,
yeah,
I'm trying to stay positive.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just, so it's like, yeah, it's hard to. It's the balancing act of, I'm on my guard when I'm out, and but I try to enjoy myself too. So it's like, yeah. I'm like, there was several. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I have to be out in public so much that those thoughts rarely go through my mind. I carry, and always thinking about being safe and all that. But I'm just my day is constant. I work out of 3 offices and 4 states, and it's busy for me. So I don't get to think about that a whole lot, but I do I do think about it whenever I see a lady by herself at the gas station or something like that. That's when it goes through my mind. People being safe.
Yeah, a lot of scenarios went through my head. Like, am I going to be the hero, or am I going to be the one that everybody mocks because I didn't do something? You know. So it runs through my head. So we did better for the year domestically for box office than they thought we were going to do. That's good.
They got all those numbers out already, or?
I mean, you know, just like whatever. Like they always update it. Like, I noticed I've been watching Box Office Mojo. Up to like 6 weeks back, they usually keep churning numbers, so it usually goes up or down, you know. It's weird how far back the reporting is sometimes. Let's see. Trying to find this. But I thought it was sorry. My phone doesn't. Basically, I thought they thought we were gonna have like an 8 billion year quarter, a year, for 2024, but we ended probably about 8.56 or 6 or something, So.
Up. That's good.
Yeah. And stock retail thinks that they're projecting like 9 billion for 2025. But he's thinking they're lowballing it again. That he thinks it could be like 9.5 to 10. So, because stock retail has been like 97% accurate, from what he's been putting out. So he's been more accurate than the analysts so far.
I got to run into the office here for a little bit, guys. I'll be back later today.
All right, see ya. So we're about 480 million domestically, higher than last quarter of 2023. 2.33 versus 1.85. we're currently keeping on pace with 2022 for just 1 day of reporting for quarter one, which so it's higher than 2023 and 2024. But we need to get closer to the 2020 number of like 90 million versus the 40 million we're at right now. So we're still like, more than half down compared to pre-pandemic. Slow start to the quarter, The positive thing is that we are, let's see, about 200 million for this time compared to, let's see, typically it'd be like 2.19 billion in 2019. We're at 1.91 billion for this time of year. So we made up a lot of distance. Oh. I fixate on the numbers sometimes.
Hello, hello.
Hey, bud.
Hi, Pirate. Good to see you. Peter D. What happened to Casey Shaw? I haven't seen him on lately. He had to go and help his family out. He got himself not one but two jobs, so he's out there grinding to get himself some more shares, basically. Yeah, we all miss him. We're just trying to keep the torch lit, basically. There's no replacing him, but just trying to maintain a place where people can get together and shoot the shit or whatever. How's your day, Pirate?
I had to take a phone call there, buddy. What was that?
No worries. No, I was just asking, how's your day going?
Oh, pretty good, man. It's nice and quiet here.
If it's too quiet, just come over. My kids just took a break from just being loud and jumping and running and waiting to see how long it takes. Yeah. I don't know if I'll get 2 minutes. I'm hoping, but we'll see. It's nice to see some green candles, even though they're nowhere near big enough. At least there's a bit of movement.
That WM preacher stands for Waste Management. That's
Ah, okay.
probably arguably the biggest garbage company in the United States.
So they have a monopoly. Huh?
Pretty much. They own more heavy equipment than any construction company. You know, it takes a lot of bulldozers to push garbage.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, plus the trucks and all that. Yeah, big outfit.
Hey, real rugged. Thanks for the subscribe and good to see you. I hope you're gonna have safe travels with 0 surprises.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Hey, happy Friday, UPS delivery guy. How's it going?
Happy Friday, guys. Happy New Year. All the best and with a lot of health, guys, to everybody.
Hey,
Thank
John.
you, John.
Happy New Year.
How's everybody doing?
We're getting prepared for a big snowstorm maybe on Monday, so I'm kind of excited.
Okay.
Yeah, all the snow melted here, so looking forward to snow when it comes.
Same here, guys, to the north. We had 2 or 3 days before +10. Today we have -15 Celsius and still snowing. And I don't know. We'll see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, we finally got some sunshine. We had so much cloudiness for so many days.
I have a snowblower that I haven't used in 4 years. I think I'm gonna have to take a look at it this weekend, make sure it runs. I think I put some stuff in the gas, but I just can't remember. So I guess I'll find out.
Seafoam. Good stuff.
I missed that audio. What'd you say?
There's a product called Seafoam. Comes in a white can with red lettering. About $7-8 a can. It's a fuel stabilizer and an upper cylinder lubricant, I believe.
I believe I put that in there when I put it up in
it's
storage.
really good stuff if you put that in your fuel before wintertime, you know.
So it's like SEA, Seafoam.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, or not seal. It's
No, SE like the ocean sea foam.
Okay.
They make a marine version. They make variations on it, but just the regular old sea foam's good stuff, man.
Yeah, the hardware store said it's good to because I've never been good at maintaining machines, so to bring they want you to bring the lawnmower in and then and then switch it for the basically I don't know, you do your maintenance, you drain your oil every season, you put the new oil in, all that stuff. Just so many different machines to keep track of how to do it right. The crazy thing too is I've grown to recognize that in Minnesota, I wished garages were bigger, longer. It's it makes no sense when you're in such a winter environment or anything. I just wish the driveway was twice as long. No, not the driveway, sorry, the garage. The actual garage itself, the enclosement would be twice as long. Just push it into the backyard some.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then you can do a lot.
2 cars
Then you can,
there and Oklahoma.
Yeah, because then you can do a lot of stuff in there. You know, a lot of your own repairs and stuff. And
If they made them bigger, we just put more shit in there.
maybe. But that stuff gets put in the rest of the house anyway. If it doesn't, you know what I mean. It either goes in the garage or it gets out of the house. But I'm just saying, like, there's not enough room in a garage really to, like, if you have two vehicles, there's not enough room to do any real good stuff in there. Especially, you know, when it's 15 below outside, you don't want to have your garage door open.
Are you still able to get 2 cars in your garage?
What?
Are you still able to get 2 cars inside of your garage?
Yeah, but like you
Most
say,
people,
like,
most people can't even get 1 car in there.
oh, I get it. I understand. Yeah, because you have people. They start putting like fridges in there, and they put stuff along the sides on both sides, in the front and the back, and that's us. So
Yeah, I used to have like 3 kids, bicycles,
yeah,
lawnmower, snowblower.
yeah, we got all that. Yeah,
I have a 2-car garage. We can still get the white sport runner in there. So we keep the car on one side, like all the other stuff on the other.
well, I just think it's weird that this was like the first home on the block, so that's probably why it was, you know. But in Minnesota, it doesn't make sense to me to have two-car garage. I think it should be three door, you know. Just because you have an extra season to deal with. So it's like most families don't have one vehicle; they have 2 vehicles. So you should have two for the vehicles and 1 for winter and summer tools. But they built the garage so close to the edge of the property that you could never really expand it.
I'm in a homeowners association, and we're not allowed to have a shed. So we have to make sure we get everything inside the garage.
Yep, same. Yep. Yeah, my HOA, they want $500 for the year. So
I live in a golf course community, and we have to give the clubhouse like $500 a year, and they call it for food and beverage. Well, we can go up there and get $500 worth of food throughout the year. So it kind of helps the clubhouse stay open.
that's interesting because I'm in a golf course HOA area too, but the golf course isn't in my HOA, right? Like, I mean, it might be in the other one. Like, I'm not sure if the other one's considered part of the same HOA. It's the same, like, probably the same name, but a different development. You know what I mean? The subdivision, right? But if I should look into it. There probably isn't like a beverage thing or anything like you're saying, you know. But I pay the same $500, and all they do is mailboxes, mow the divider grass, and you know, flowers and you know stuff like that. The you know, it seems a lot for $500. You know, I mean, it seems not much for $500.
Yeah, we have to pay like an additional $700, but we have a pool. They do a great job of plowing the roads if we have any weather. So,
Yeah, we don't have any. We don't got a pool, and then the city plows the streets. But yeah, I don't know, just interesting, you know. It's like how communities do it differently. It reminded me, I got a warning recently that I should, if I want to do a warranty for utility, because they're like, we don't. If there's damage in your property, that you have to cover the costs of the damage of the utility and everything. And it's like, I didn't even know there was a warranty plan, so I'm not sure if that's worth it. I'm not sure. Kind of makes me suspicious if they're like, here's the warranty plan, get on it because we're about to go around inspecting everything, and if it's damaged, you know what I mean? It's like maybe like a last minute warning. I don't know. What I'll tell you is I had a news article in Minnesota today saying that our Governor Walz is trying to tackle fraud, and he was specifically saying like autistic centers misappropriating Medicaid funds. But I bet you a lot of this stuff wouldn't have been addressed if Harris had won, you know? And so it's like they're changing their tune a bit now that the powers are changing. And I know it's local. He's a governor, right? He's not a president. But you know, they're going after like Medicaid for autistic centers, right? But people aren't going to be like going in and figuring out like what Nancy's doing to get like several hundred millions of dollars, you know? That's my little. They want to go after the fraud of the little guy, but they don't want to look into the big players, like, you know. Is that fuel stabilizer? Is that generally like better for all seasons, or just winter, or? I'm wondering if is fuel less stable in the winter, cold.
Anyways, I'll catch you up later, guys. I had to do something and I need my attention.
Yeah, take
Thank
care,
you.
John. See you later.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, see you later. Bye.
pretty dramatic volume increase for GameStop, coinciding with that price drop right there. It's interesting. I think Nana said the Max Payne was $29.50.
I'm back on if anyone's still around.
Yeah, man. I just finished eating lunch. I wiped out the last of the leftover prime rib from the holidays.
Nice.
None of that went to waste. I'm in a little bit of a food coma.
Well, it's good that there's not a lot of activity in the market, so
Yeah.
don't have to jump up and down or anything like that. While I was eating, I was doing some light reading on the three body problem. I'd heard it mentioned a few times, and they used it as a metaphor or something on CNBC today, and I've heard it talked about in the past year or so. So I just did a quick search on it. I read about 30 minutes until it started making my head hurt. I was like, yeah, that's enough of that shit. Theoretical math and all that kind of shit. Mm. Yeah,
I lost interest in it real fast.
Not sure what that's about, to be honest. So. It looks like only 6 watching. I think one of them is me, just keeping an eye on the stream. So
yeah, the other one's me. So that's the 2 of us and 4 people. Yeah.
Well, what I can almost guarantee is that GME is gonna dip below 30.
That's what I'm waiting for. I still got, I don't know, $180 left in dry powder. I'm up about $300 on the trade right now. But I got a measly little 70 shares, but we have enough left to get, I don't know, 5.9 shares or something at this price. But yeah, so I'm being patient. I missed the scalp. I should have dumped them at 35 or 34 the other day. I could have bought back in this morning. But that's neither here nor there now. It just gives me something to entertain myself with while I'm watching AMC.
Yeah, I mean, it's good if you have something to play with, you know. If you have some powder.
My son's flying today, so it gives us some added entertainment. We keep him up on a radar screen so we can, my wife and I can entertain ourselves watching him.
Nice.
He has to do, he still needs a few hours to accumulate, but he's pretty much ready to take his final exam for a commercial rating. He has to do, I think she said 2 cross-country flights, one with an instructor and one by himself or with a guest or what have you.
Mm.
Huh? Oh, she said with his mom. Sandy's already, I guess she's got plans to go. Gonna be the most expensive pizza I ever paid for. She wants to fly to Cincinnati to get pizza. That's gonna be an expensive pie, but nope, it's big excitement around here. He's about ready to put that in his rearview mirror, and then he can get then he'll take his exam for flight instructor. And what I'm looking forward to is he'll get to take somebody else up, and they pay for the plane, and he gets paid for his time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll get him. He can frame. I'm gonna have him cash his check and frame his first dollar. That'll be the first dollar he actually makes flying an airplane. So hopefully we're on the precipice of that. It'll be a big excitement.
That's really good. I'm happy for you guys. I know it's a big deal. So
Yeah, it's been a long slog, man.
Yeah.
It's been almost a 6-year endeavor, and he's not even done yet. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, she said 4 years.
Mm. Well, I mean, similar to becoming a doctor, you know, these practices that are really will have a high impact, right? If you do it wrong, it can have a very negative impact on other people. So
Absolutely.
it makes sense.
It's a skill set.
Yeah. That's why I'm so shocked that the police officers in US need like so little training and schooling to just be able to go out on the streets and apply the laws. Because they can also have a big impact, right? They make a wrong choice or
Yeah. I said Microsoft has announced they're going to spend $80 billion to build out their AI this fiscal year. Man, that's a big capex, man. I don't understand. I don't understand how there's going to be that much profit in it, but I guess maybe I just lack industry knowledge or something. I don't understand how you could pour $80 billion into developing something like that and how you can get that money back in any kind of reasonable time. But maybe I missed the whole point on how profitable AI will be, I guess. I have to be. Obviously, I'm missing something.
Look, you can think about it. Think about the, let's say, help desk jobs, right? Everyone who's, well, there's a call center or a support center for everything, right? When it comes to IT, HR, all the shops that you can think of, everyone has some kind of call center where you can call with a question or whatever, or a complaint. If they manage to train an AI who can just take the knowledge that's in certain databases or Excel files or whatever and kind of learn it and apply it
So it'll
properly.
take over all the customer service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot of money out there, taken. But the other thing is that means a lot of jobs that will disappear. So that's a lot of people that will be jobless. Means the economy might be affected and go to shit, right? And then it's like, yeah, you have that, but no, like a lot less people will be buying stuff or using services. So then your AI kind of becomes useless because nobody's gonna call it because,
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe logistics, anybody who like schedules things in charge of, shipping, receiving, trucking, anything that's tied to logistics, I guess you could turn that all over to AI. But you're right about one thing, between AI and all of this talk about robots, it's not going to fare well for a lot of occupations.
Yep. Because look,
I mean, any what do you call it, occupation or a job can evolve. It can be rendered unnecessary, if you will, or obsolete was the word I was looking for. It can be rendered obsolete through advances, but normally that's a slow process, and it allows people to, evolve along with it. Move, if you will, like from when they did away from horses to the automobile, blacksmiths, could become body mechanics. They might not have been around to put horseshoes on horses, but maybe they could bang out fenders and front bumpers. But that happened over time, and there was like an overlap there. So maybe there'll be an overlap here as well, but it seems to me like this is going to be like a tsunami.
Yeah.
Oh, the missus said it'll probably be like the computers. The computers kind of snuck up on everybody, but it took years before it. Yeah. could see it, I would tell you if I did. Oh, that's a hate candle for GameStop. You know, I was thinking about it, preacher. You take an industry like fast food. I could see a time in the future where they don't even have in-store dining anywhere. Because one of the things we noticed during COVID was that they shut down the in-store dining, but they kept the drive-throughs open. And then after they lifted the restrictions, at least in this part of Florida, a lot of the stores were really slow to reopen their dining rooms. And we figured out that it was probably because it really doesn't account for a big enough portion of their revenue as compared to just the drive-through. And I thought to myself, if you combine that with self-driving automobiles, these little autonomous delivery vehicles, and then I've said many times the shortcomings of EVs, these Teslas and stuff, are that they don't really lend themselves for long distance travel because of the charge up period in between. I could see restaurants that had a whole fleet of little mini delivery vehicles about the size of a golf cart. And I've seen some pictures of some prototypes, you know, that were delivering some stuff. But I could see that where you could take a business like McDonald's, for instance. They're going to end up doing away with Uber Eats and Grubhub and all that. They'll end up with having their own fleet of these little delivery vehicles, and I can see it moving real quickly to that in the urban areas.
Yeah.
You know, you think about it, that everything's digitized now. Most people pay with an EBT card or a credit card. My wife now, when she orders our food, she orders online, and when she goes to pick it up, it's already there and paid for and everything. Mm-hmm. So I can see the kind of a partnership between AI and this electric vehicle boom. I can see where you can make that work on scale.
Yeah.
You know, those little computers, you know, they don't call in sick, they don't steal from the till, they don't file, you know, lawsuits, workman's comp claims. All this screaming and hollering about McDonald's paying $20 an hour, they could find themselves in the next 10 years where McDonald's doesn't have anything but a store manager.
Yeah. Look, if you think about it, if we were to live in a utopia, the only jobs that would exist would be those of building and maintenance, right? Everybody else would be inventing, drawing, writing, doing whatever they want, right? The large majority of the jobs that exist today are not required if you would exclude the monetary system, right? If you wouldn't have money, if you wouldn't have all the services, because you don't need services, you don't need insurance. If you would live in a world where everything is shared to everyone else. I know that's utopia, as I said, it's impossible. But all those jobs that are not building and maintenance and repairs and health and education, everything else that's, in the service industry, support industry, insurance, selling, all the shops, all the stores, all the dealerships, those are things that can be automated in one way or another, if you think about it. And so all those jobs are not really safe. Well, I think that's why I think the only truly, well, it came out during COVID period as well. The only truly crucial jobs are repairs, maintenance, supply delivery, so logistics, the needs, the resources that are needs, not wants. And then you have the medical system. Of course, in long term, you're going to need the building to be there as well. But a lot of the jobs that are out there, they're not needed. So
there'll be another effect, a ripple effect, is that if all of those jobs get vaporized at the very lower end, all these jobs that are repetitive, like stacking food on shelves at Walmart at night, things of that nature, if all those jobs go away, then all of those people, they'll have to learn new skills and then find their way up the food chain. And that'll push more employees higher, and that will depress wages. Whereas, a lot of people took those jobs that were lower end because it was the path of least resistance and it met their needs. But if those jobs disappear and it's either nothing or advance your skills, I think most people will advance their skills. And then so whoever's higher up the food chain, say instead of being just somebody who puts cans of food on the shelf at Walmart, that guy will have to learn to do something that's a little more difficult, whatever that is. Let's just say driving a truck. So now he becomes a commercial truck driver, but because of that, there are going to be more people trying to get the commercial truck driver job. So ultimately, I don't see any way where AI and robots doesn't depress wages across the whole board.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you have supply and demand, if you have more people vying for the same few jobs that require a human being, then that means the pay will be reduced, not increased.
Yeah.
Technology is it's moving so fast. I was talking to somebody the other day. I mentioned that, of all the men on Mount Rushmore, the presidents memorialized with their faces in the stones.
Mm-hmm.
On Mount Rushmore. I don't want to say all of them, but I think all but one were surveyors. That one time that was a very technical job. It was very, it was well respected. It could lead to wealth. I know people who traded surveying for land. They would survey giant pieces of land, and then instead of pay, they would just get the land as part of their paycheck. But that's all but gone now. I mean, they're still surveyors, but it's all become done with technology, with satellites and GPS. And you wonder how much longer it'll be before they don't even need a human being to be involved in the surveying. It's another example of how the technology just swallows stuff up.
Yeah.
The only other thing that might come into play, Preacher, is if all these advances start happening at a faster and faster pace, the third world countries and the undeveloped countries will be so far behind that there might be giant opportunities around the world. So if someone's willing to leave their comfort zone, if they're willing to leave an area that's really prosperous and already has an abundance of food and transportation and infrastructure and water and electric, I guess to some extent that already exists now, but I can see that becoming a bigger and bigger opportunity if someone's willing to go abroad.
I'm curious if they're gonna just smash on GME in the last 5 minutes, or they're gonna start the descent earlier.
Well, it was like Nana pointed out this morning when I was asking what the max pain was that for GME the last couple of weeks they have missed max pain. It's always closed higher, and the last Friday I think it was like a lot higher, not just a few points. I think it was, can't remember. I want to say it was like $2 or something.
That's took off just right now.
Yeah, I don't think he's allowed to fly east of the bridge. No? Yeah, he's not allowed to come on this. It's military airspace. You get in big trouble. You might be able to see him with binoculars, or take that telescope out there. I guess traveling for opportunity, preacher's always been an option. It was kind of like when the United States was a younger country and the West was still undeveloped. There was, they had the whole thing of "Go West, young man," where people would load up their families, wife or immediate family, and head out there for try to seek their fortune in what they called the frontier. And although that's really no longer an opportunity in the United States, it's probably still somewhat of an opportunity globally. But I think the problem you get into there is security. Some of these places that offer really wonderful opportunities as far as a person being able to buy land cheap or go somewhere and try to, start a new life with their family. You've got the political unrest. I think that's the only thing that's different. Of course, when you talk about like the frontier and things, there was there were the Native Americans and the Indians, and there was a lot of violence, a danger, I guess. So I guess you could maybe, I don't know if that's a good equivalent, if that's a good comparison or not, but I would imagine there's always some element of risk anytime somebody's going to load their family up and move to a place that's full of opportunity, yet maybe devoid of law or an order. Maybe that's always been the case. I don't know. Another hate candle on GameStop, 31.56.
$53. Yeah.
I had a friend who lived in Indiana, and in the United States, we have a big agriculture belt. I don't know if you're real familiar with it or not, preacher, but there's a certain part of the country that's pretty much, they call it the breadbasket because they produce a lot of the corn and beans for the world. But I had a friend who worked there in pretty large scale, but he bought, or I don't know, I wasn't close enough to him to get all the details, but the moral of my story is he went to South America. And I don't know if it was Brazil or what, I can't remember the country. Maybe it was Argentina, but he, for whatever reason, he started farming down there. He would travel down there, he'd fly down there, and he hired people there to run it and all that. But he used his knowledge of agriculture to produce corn in South America. And I'm talking about like 10,000 acres at a whack. And he'd done it for the 10 years that I had my cattle placed next to him. And I regret now I should have interviewed him a little bit more. But we weren't, like I said, we weren't really close. I sold him a few trucks is the only reason I come to know about it. I had some really big trucks and I was getting rid of those, and he came and bought them from me. And that was how I come to learn that he was so heavily involved in South America. But I regret now I wish now I'd asked him more about the security aspects of that. Like, you know, weren't you afraid that they would nationalize the assets, or that you know, you get caught up in a lot of the revolutionary violence that's known to happen from time to time in a lot of those places. But I missed the opportunity to learn there.
I think with a lot of these, it's the right having the right or being the right person at the right time. So
yeah, you'd almost certainly need someone to work as your advocate there who is familiar with their legal system, and unfortunately, I think bribery has so much to do with it. The way I understood it was that a lot of these places are just India, for instance. People were talking about whether you can buy land in the United States. In India, the way that the Indians can come here and buy land, and someone said, well, first of all, it's not legal. They won't let Americans or anyone else that I know of buy land in India. But they said even beyond that, if you decide to do anything, they're like, I guess it's just so full of just out and out bribery, you know, whether it's to get a permit or a license or what have you. And so I guess those are the sort of things you got to those are the landmines that you'd have to figure out how to avoid.
well, I mean, it's the same in Romania. I've heard countless stories of people who've, you know, gone abroad, made some money, and then went back to Romania to try to invest and basically, you know, help the economy
in their hometown.
Exactly. And it's what they were met with is basically bribery claims. So you either pay whatever they want, or they're gonna basically screw you out of anything you have. They're gonna find everything wrong. Well, not that they're gonna make it so that whatever, you know, they're gonna make it impossible for you to run business, basically.
And that's like, you think about it, that's like self-harm. You know, I don't know how any diplomat or bureaucrat could say they love their country, and then you think it would be the opposite. You think if somebody was like, you know, wanting to come to your country and spend a bunch of money, you think you would welcome them with open arms and be like, yeah, this is going to be great for our community.
They are completely selfish. As long as they don't make money, they don't care. I think I mentioned this at one point that Germany wanted to open a factory in Romania and actually build a highway for free to get basically from the border, well, to exit the country with the trucks, you know, full of cars on the highway. Yeah. And they were willing to, you know, pay for the project, pay for the building, everything on their own money. And the politicians, even on TV, they said, no, we can't accept that. Like, who gets the bribes if they pay for everything? No, we're not getting bribes, so we can't accept this. On live TV, they said this. If they're not getting bribed, there's nothing in it for them. They don't want it because they're not making money. Right? They, not the country, they personally are not making money, so why would they want it?
Incredibly short-sighted.
I mean, it is what it is. It's a shit show.
Biden gave Liz Cheney the presidential medal.
Yeah, isn't that nice? She's been accused of jury tampering and evidence manipulation and all sorts of things. And yeah. Hey, do you know if that was the same airplane that he flew last time? Because whoever flew it the last time, their flight path came straight down to the water here and then came our way.
They've been wanting another airport.
Oh, yeah. The only thing I can't figure out is the last guy came down, hit the intercoastal here, and flew all the way to Hurlburt and made a loop and came back. And I don't know how he got through all that military airspace.
I think they can get.
Oh, I know what it was. He was out over the Gulf. That's what it is. Once they go out over the Gulf, they can fly east. They just can't go up the ditch here. Yeah, sometimes you got to be able to look at things from the big picture, preacher. With that piece of land and that my 7 friends and I used to rent, it was over 1,000 acres in the middle of nowhere in Alabama, and it was owned by the Champion Paper Company. It was just a giant forest, and there was nothing there but trees, and that's why they owned it. They would harvest the trees, and they were constantly in either different sizes, either ones that had just been planted or some that were ready to be harvested. But it was, it was like a farmer planting a crop, but it was done more like on a 20-year cycle than one summer.
Yeah.
But in an effort for them to pay their taxes, they would rent us the land we could do anything we wanted to, as long as we left their trees alone. So you could fish, hunt, 4-wheelers, recreational, whatever you want to do. But those guys used to piss and moan when they would come in and they would log part of the land. And I'd have to remind them that when they would come into that land, preacher, they would spend thousands of dollars putting pipes across creeks and putting in gravel roads. And we used all that. We used all those roads, And I used to tell those guys, I said, you guys piss and moan about these guys who come in here and take 10 acres worth of trees out, but you forget that they're doing, $40,000 worth of road improvements, and we enjoy that.
Yeah.
So sometimes people they're too fucking short-sighted. I'm like, there was a place we had called the Owens 20. It was 20 acres and it was you couldn't get across it. You couldn't take a 4-wheeler across it. You could cut a tree down and maybe walk across there if you wanted to get wet. And there was no way you could get to that 20 acres without there being it's pretty much like a bridge. And they brought in these giant pipes, put them in the ground, and then to keep the pipe from washing out, they brought in truckloads of giant rock and put on top of it, and then they capped the whole thing with gravel. And I used to tell those guys, I said, you piss and moan about this tree company or this company. I said, but you couldn't hunt 10 feet onto the Owens 20 property if it wasn't for that bridge. I said, so sometimes you need to, you got to step back and ask yourself the big picture, what's really better for the whole place.
Yeah.
And I never had a problem with those guys coming in and taking the tree. You say N6667F? N666F. It breaks my shit.
6667.
Yeah. It says here he took off at 128. Yeah, he's up. They're doing touch and goes. That's good. I like it. It pleases me a great deal. It's not a dogfight, honey. It's a 10,000 foot runway. I'm sure there's room for both of them. I hope he stays up till dark. You're big on the 1 hour, ain't he? Yeah, I try to set my phone up on flight aware so I can watch it. It doesn't do me any good because the son of a bitch goes into sleep mode if I don't keep touching the screen. Huh?
Put up a warning when it's on.
Yeah.
Somebody else use that.
All right, preacher. It's an hour and 20 minutes, man. What's going to be the closing price? They censor content.
Hello. I want to say like a $29.95 on GME, 402 maybe on AMC.
Censor content. You got me my very first content strike, son of a bitch.
Well, good.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. The fucking last week when you played the goddamn YMCA song, it wasn't a fucking day later. They come in. They're like, I'm like, they get a content strike. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't have any content to get a strike on. And then they sent me a little clip, and I clicked on it, and it's the goddamn YMCA song. I'm like, oh, that's that fucking censored content.
I didn't do YMCA. That was some Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Well,
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Yeah, there's another one now.
Now he wants to get this stream also off as well.
Preacher get a content strike, man.
Yeah.
They can't be a content strike or shit like that.
It was a warning. It just said a warning. They're like, if you're going to monetize, I'm like, well, I'm not monetizing, so it doesn't fucking matter. And it doesn't matter because I erase all my videos the day after the stream's over anyhow, so they can fuck off.
Yeah, I think you're pretty safe with doing that.
Yeah, I think he
Well,
landed.
this minus ain't fucking going nowhere today. How's the weather down there?
It's fucking beautiful, but we got that big cold snap coming in pretty soon, so I don't know how long it's going to last.
What do you consider a big cold snap?
Well, for us, it's a hard freeze. It means it kills any tender plants and fucking fuck up hose bibs and crack pipes if you don't have your hoses unhooked. Because, you know, Florida's not, most of us aren't set up for a hard freeze, so it has to fall below 32 degrees. And it's not so bad if it falls below 32 for just a couple hours, but if it stays below for like 2 days, then they call it a hard freeze. And that's when you start getting, and it's just because it's a rare event that it creates problems.
Monday it's going to 29.
Monday is going to 29 degrees. That'll be a fucking problem.
Tuesday's 30. Wednesday's 29.
Yeah.
Thursday's 30.
3 days of 30 and 29. See, that what happens is the pipes will freeze the first night, and then the second day it won't warm up enough for them to fall. So the next night, when it freezes again, that ice will swell. You know all about that shit being up there, but yeah, it's anything below freezing for more than one night, it's a fucking cause for panic.
Up here, it's cold right now. In your Fahrenheit degrees, it's like right now it's -5.
And Sandy said that's just stupid.
We're at 64.
That's better than it was last night.
It's 64 here. She's pissed off about it.
Yeah, but it's -20 Celsius is -5 about, and that's not that bad. As long as there's no wind. But there's a wind.
Yeah, that wind will cut you like a knife.
Yeah, I mean, your balls get smaller and your nipples get bigger. It's like, holy shit. It's like the trans thing. I'm transitioning. Yeah, when I was getting home from work this morning, it was like minus 27, so I probably minus 9 Fahrenheit. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna stop at the store on the way home. It was like 5:30 in the morning. I'm like, gonna get my energy drinks, gonna get everything I need for the day because I'm not going anywhere all day.
Yeah. I like it.
And I don't know.
Still falling, preacher.
Yeah, looks like a slow descent then.
Yep.
I think, well, TMI was following this thing, and he was saying, I think it's years since GME closed. I'm not sure if it's not even actually January or February, like early 2021, since GME hasn't seen a week close over 30. So that's why I'm like not even looking at max pain, but basically over 30 at the week close. That would be something unheard of in years.
I don't dig into it, you know, but when I'm reading, if something comes across the X, I'll read it. I don't go hunting for it, but there was not one, but two really big buys in the dark pools for GameStop last, I think, Wednesday and Thursday, maybe Tuesday, but sometime this week. I mean, like $700,000, just shy of $1 million.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey,
Hey,
Rugged.
real rugged.
Hey, what's going on?
Money, motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah. That did not sound, that was nice. An organic sound. It did not sound like it's gonna generate a strike there. Very good. Very good. How's the weather?
He just gave us a weather break. I said 6 below zero where he's at.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, but by next Monday it's gonna be like 36 Fahrenheit. So it's gonna be like a 40 degree. Over the next three days, it's gonna change by 40 degrees.
I am in my shorts and a t-shirt right now with the windows down. So I'm enjoying my last day here, last dance with Mary Jane down here in Florida. Try not to get all emotional about it, you know. It's nice down here. Shit. Why would anybody want to be freezing their ass off up in swampy swamp? Job.
That's what Sandy says. She's like, don't those people know they can move?
It's why Trump will never make us the 51st state. Never. You guys would never invade here. It's like you guys could never win a battle in Russia either, because you just don't. You don't want it. You don't really want it.
We just thought we put it to a vote and you guys would vote for it. We thought you might want it. Nobody's talking about invading. We were just talking about asking if you wanted to just come join the party.
Here's the thing. I think it's a very good idea, but not for all of Canada.
Yeah, you said that before.
What, just Quebec or what?
Oh, Quebec can go fuck themselves all on their own. I'm sick of that place.
Yeah, I think I've noticed that most Canadians don't like
the
them.
last ever since I knew how to talk and understand that they were totally screwing every other province in Canada for money, because they've got like absolutely no industry there except for a little bit of mining. And besides that, a few local farms, but every province in Canada sends them money to support them. If I could, gotta somehow be able to detach that whole part of Canada and move it somewhere else in the world.
We could trade you California. Why don't you trade us like Saskatchewan for California?
No, you don't want to trade California. You can fix that problem. That problem can be fixed. Just like we can fix BC eventually.
Like what you need in California, you need a mayor there that's similar to the president of Ecuador or the president of Argentina. A no bullshit type of person that's gonna just take everything from zero.
You need Gavin Newsom to run for president so he's out of California, and then have him totally defeated when he runs as president. So he's completely out of politics. And then your problem solved. Where did Kamala go? Where did she go? I haven't heard anything about her lately.
Some of the diehards are trying to say that they're going to run her again. I wish they would. I think that'd be great for us. I hope they push her dumb ass to the front of the ticket next time.
Yeah.
I hope they run her every time for the rest of my life. I hope they just keep putting her back up.
That's like up here, they're saying that our finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, who quit, well, she was going to get fired anyway. Just whatever. But she's now thinking of running for leader of that party. And I'm like, that's fucking great. I love it. It's like replacing a broken toilet with a new toilet. It's still full of shit half the time. Yeah, the opposition or the ruling party here has just completely fallen apart. There's like 200 and I don't know what it is, about 270 seats that they got to run for, and they're only putting candidates into 134 because they know they have no chance of winning.
Like, why waste the money?
Yeah, but just imagine if down in the States you just didn't have any opposition in half, you didn't even have a Republican running in New York. Would that make sense?
Yeah, they do it sometimes in California. They have a lot of races in California that run unopposed because they know the Democrats have such a stronghold there that they're never going to fucking win. So they're like, fuck it, why waste the time?
Money, 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 money.
I recognize that one. That's Mr. Crab from SpongeBob.
Yeah.
If it hits $30.48, I can get 6 more shares.
Is it gonna be even number?
No, it's going to be 5 will be an even number. Leave the rest in the other $3 lay there in cash. You're crazy.
Yeah, I don't know, Pirate. You might be better off just buying your GameStop at whatever price it's at.
I get 1 more share though at 30.48.
Yeah, I think you're gonna get it. I'll be right back. Step away for a moment.
Yeah, man. It leaves a penny in my account.
It could go either way, but that's the thing. It could go either way. Right now, it's at a level where it could go either way.
Yep.
Because it hasn't seen this level since, really, a year.
Yep.
Besides,
Yeah, we haven't fooled with it. We haven't fooled with this for very long. I think 3 months or something. It's been 3 or 4 months since Mr. Pirate and I even got any. We're up like $300 right now, but I'm trying to get a few more. So either we're just having fun with it. I got nothing better to do besides watch AMC lay there like a dead fish.
What do you mean? It's on a 2-day winning streak.
Yeah.
To be fair, if it kept up the same winning streak that it's had all year, it would be about a 400 or 500% increase. But
yep.
When you compound it, you only got to get 1% every day for 30 days, and you're doing really well.
Has he told you lately how many landings he's got in his logbook? Still falling, man. We got it passed. That's good. Trump wanted it, so the big man wants it. The big man gets it. See, on the old platform, I could check for open orders. But on this one, you got to go to trade first. I figured it out. My strike is at $30.48. Originally, I thought I'd like to get it below 30, 29.99, you know, just for that dollar cost averaging, keep my cost basis down. But then I started thinking about it. What's most important is it's more important for me to get filled. But I don't want to leave any of that money in there for that cash sweep. So at $30.48, it only leaves a penny behind. I'll let them play with that penny for a while, but I don't like the idea of leaving $3 in there because I'm a greedy prick.
Christmas year. Isn't that one to say? He wasn't going to change his vote.
Mm-hmm.
Christmas year.
Well, I think that he could still vote no and he could still get elected. He just can't have, you need to be the only no. But that is what he said, that would be a Christmas miracle. According to CNBC, that says the S&P is set for the best close since November 6th. Well, isn't that something? He's flying again, honey. I guess I don't know if he probably landed and let the instructor out or something. He's still doing the crash and dash. I'm glad. I hope he stays, like I said, I hope he stays up till dark. Yep. Yeah, he might have to take a shit.
I'm back.
Yeah, didn't he eat hot wings last time? Yeah, flight aware's a little bit. They're late. They're late, and their news is always behind. Yeah, see, I don't get any of that shit. I show the departure at 1:28, and that's it.
148 and it landed at 141. And it looks like it took off again from 154. I bet that wasn't him taking off again. I bet that was me. Get up to see what was going on in here.
I think there's 8 landings though. Yeah, he's really lucky that his instructor's that big shot, because when it comes time for the hiring and all that stuff for the CFIs, he'll have the inside track. Because Jesse's spending all that time with him in the cockpit, they'll become friends. He won't be just another he won't be just another applicant on the top. Yeah, intimate setting. Yeah. Well, they must have got a fat Navy contract to buy those new airplanes, because there's no way the local wannabes aren't going to support that kind of.
I don't know why. What?
Well, doesn't look like I'm going to get my 6 shares, but there's always Monday. I don't see it falling $1 in 40 minutes.
I don't know, Pirate. It's you either gonna. It's confusing because I hear myself from you, so it's hard to talk. You either gonna get your order in, or we're gonna see a thing that we haven't seen in a very long time.
Well, they re-elected Mike Johnson as the Speaker of the House, so that's done. For those of you who keep up with the politics, didn't pass on the first vote, but they got somebody to come on board. So Trump wanted him, Trump got him. Yeah, I'm only a nickel away from, or 2 pennies away from, well, I'm $1 above Max Payne. Max Payne's at $29.50. My order's at $30.48. Of course, it could happen in the after hours, I guess, but you don't normally see those kind of big, you don't normally see a big swing like that. You might see a few 15 or 20 cents north or south of the closing bell, but unless it's something wild's going on. Never know, though. It gives me a reason to stay interested, though. That's why, nothing else, I get some entertainment out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still in the habit of sending you a text when he lands, or is he? audio.
Audio tits, I think we're AMC lovers. Stock market, I don't know if we love the stock market after everything
Frenemies.
they've done to us. I think it's more of what is it? Is it Stockholm syndrome?
Yeah, and held hostage, but you become enamored with your hostage takers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a volume candle on AMC right there now. Went from non-existent volume to
Yeah.
300, 400,000 shares.
The thing is, with such volume on the way up, it barely moves. But if you would see that volume on the way down, you would see a
Right,
monster
it's a
red
big
candle.
drastic drop in price. Yep.
Yeah.
I have my choice for supper, preacher. I can have manicotti, pork tenderloin. But before you decide for me, you need to remember I had leftover prime rib for lunch.
I don't know what's the first one.
Manicotti, kind of like a lasagna. It's like a big pasta roll stuffed with cheese with a red sauce and like a beef sauce over it.
Mm.
Lasagna type thing.
Okay.
Italian.
Are you a fan of it?
Oh yeah, it's good stuff, man.
Yeah, so go with that. I mean, if you had, you mentioned, I don't remember exactly, but you said some meat, right? Leftovers from.
Yeah. The
so-
pork tenderloins. That's the thing. Pork tenderloins almost a little bit too close to prime rib.
Mm-hmm. So you had your fill of protein, get some carbs in.
Yeah. Plus, it comes with a nice salad. She always makes a nice salad with it.
Nice.
So. For dessert, I have my choice of homemade. Well, I should say, it's homemade, home baked. That's out of the box, but not from scratch. Chocolate cake or homemade banana nut bread. She found a new recipe for banana nut bread where instead of using the other stuff, you use like a white cake mix with the brown bananas, the overripe bananas, and it turned out magnificent.
Okay. Oh, God. I keep saying, God, it's so strange to hear myself for you, Pirate.
What's it? Is it echoing?
Yeah, a bit.
I don't know why it's doing that. It normally doesn't do that.
I don't know.
Let's see if I can turn you down some. Yeah, try that.
Okay.
I had you turned up real loud, and that might have been what was doing it.
I was saying that I recently am. Shit, it's still there.
It's still picking you up. I don't know what the fuck that's all about. I'll tell you what I can do. I'll just mute myself.
Well, I can teach you a workaround later, but yeah, we'll get to that later. I keep seeing recently a lot of things coming out of UK where basically the police is in a way protecting rapist gangs where they're kidnapping minor girls, and it's basically a rape gangs that are going on there. and the police is not doing anything. Apparently, there was a case where a girl called the police, gave them location, told them what's happening, and they didn't do anything because they didn't want to be called Islamophobes and stuff like that. So it's mind blowing.
Yeah, I saw one where they arrested the girl for underage drinking.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
I've seen that one as well.
Crazy.
Yeah. No, and if I would, I just realized if I would live over there, I would probably be in jail by now, or who knows what. It's insane. It's insane. But it made me think, as you know, I was years back. I was thinking like where to go, where to migrate, what's a good country. You know, I was thinking about Canada because at the time it was, you know, peaceful, nice, all good, basically. Good news all around about it, from what I could hear. But now that I realize it's like I kind of got what I asked, because today Poland is one of the safest and kind of, at least in Europe, best countries to be in. So it's, you know, I know you don't believe in God and, you know, call it karma or whatever, but it's like sometimes, you know, you have no idea how things will work out, but they will work out. So, yeah.
Yeah, Poland's very, very safe right now. I think Romania still is listed as very. There's a few of those countries over there, and it's real simple. They were very strict with immigration. There was no magic button.
Yeah.
They just controlled their borders.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the best advice I could give anybody if they were considering immigrating to the United States, try to seek their fortune, would be to consult those crime maps, because the United States is so vast. It's fucking huge. And, you know, it has hot spots. There are areas that are just complete shitholes, yeah. And then there's other places that are just like a paradise. And then the rest of the country falls somewhere in the middle. So you just have to be real selective on where you decide to land. Try to make a go of it.
Mm-hmm.
The 10-year Treasury hit 4.6 today. Keep an eye on those Treasuries when they stick their head up above 5%. going to get real ugly in the stock market. You're going to see money running out of the equities like a building that's on fire. Is a big portion of what's in the American or New York Stock Exchange is money that had no other place to go. It wasn't money there wasn't people trying to make money or get a two-bagger. It's just people who wanted to make sure their money would be safe and at least keep pace with inflation, 2 or 3% a year. Pardon me. And because of all the cheap money for the last 10 to 20 years, they forced people out of savings. They're like, you just couldn't do it.
Yep.
So the only place left to go, I call it TINA. There is no alternative. The only place left to go was the stock market. Well, once that's no longer the case, when people have a choice to have security and the safety and not be subjected to all this fuckery, they're going to leave. Maybe not all of them, but they'll leave. And the higher it goes above 5, the more people will leave. And when the people leave in that big of numbers, you're going to have far too many sellers and not enough buyers. The stock market's going to crash like a fucking Hindenburg. Just watch. 5% is the number to keep an eye on.
Just over 15 minutes to go, and we're still above $30. I am surprised.
Be a lot of call options closing the money. Good. I hope somebody gets paid. Yeah, I was just saying earlier that I think they missed Max Payne by $2 day before yesterday, or excuse me, last week. Not quite 10%, but it's at 7. That's got to sting them a little bit.
Well, with all the, I think the commotion with Roaring Kitty, maybe he's doing some new moves that basically have the hedgies stuck. Ah, damn. Again, some nice volume on AMC. No movement in price.
Yep.
I do really hope the day comes when they can't hide behind dark walls.
You and me both, my friend. You and me both.
Damn. GME also increasing volume and slightly picking up price.
There's some blows, man. You called it. You said 402, man. That's exactly where AMC landed. But I couldn't have been more wrong with GameStop.
But I was wrong as well with
Great.
GameStop. Like this is huge.
Yeah. 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 A lot of fucking calls into money, closed into money there.
Nice. And now they're pushing it back down.
Got a little windy up there today, huh? You got like 9 landings though, didn't you?
No, I got 6.
6.
Okay, so
They just got what steady state winds aren't bad, although they were getting towards the limit of what you can do. But they have what's called wind shear, which is when they swap from one direction to the other.
Right.
It's no different than being in a sailboat when you swap. So you start
From self to strength in nature's art, rubber forms a resilient part. From trees it flows through skillful hands, crafted strong for life's demands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Oh.
4 years of battles, a fight so near. 2 foes collide, the end is clear. In shadows cast, they forge their plans. Now victories within our hands.
It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Oh.
Triumphant apes, they rise and shine, ruling markets, a sign of the times. Bulls and bears, they step aside in this kingdom now. The apes reside. It's hitting you like a puck, so swift and tough. In this game of life, we've had enough. Through the highs and lows, we won't back down. In this endless fight, we wear the crown. Through the nights and days, we fought this fight with hearts of gold. We reached new heights. Together we stand through thick and thin. In this game of life, we always win. We wear the crown. Scrolling through the faces, all the perfect.
Okay, everyone, so that's gonna be it from my side. Wish you all a very lovely weekend. Happy to see GMEs hold above $30. So
Hey, thanks for hooking us up today, buddy.
yeah,
Have
definitely.
a good weekend.
No problem. Have a good one. Take care and see you soon.